Audio good, yeah? Yeah, man. How cool was that? Nice. Don't think I'm moving straight on here yet, am I? Let me just level this out. Well, how about that? Unfortunately, as you can see, folks, I'm now that is the back end of a Royal Jordanian 321 Neo, I think. And to the right of that, which is just out of our shot, is the 380. The only way I'd be able to catch that would be literally to walk down the middle of the parking lot. But so we're you know what? I now know that we have seen, because Hodgie did mention that we'd seen the JetSMART before, that the engine cowl is what gives that away. As part of a coalition, isn't it? I think that's another engine start there, you know. They've got a... Is that engine running? I don't think so. That looks still to me. But yes, part of a coalition, isn't it? What was it? Wizz Air? Who was the American operator? It's also part of it. Somebody, Frontier, that's it, yeah. Somebody mentioned earlier on. Thanks for sending us that message, all in capitals, mind you, but anyway, whatever. Right, let's just... I hear a prop. I hear a prop. On my phone it still says upcoming, Jelly. This young lad who came up and said hello, he's here from the UK, from Manchester. Well, I met him at Manchester when they did the Virgin retirement, and he's here. Here's a wave, son. All right, mate. From Manchester. I don't know if he lives in Manchester, but he was. I met him in Manchester. Seems like he's a bit like Odgie, gets all over the place. And he walked all the way, folks. See, now we've got a slightly better view of what's over there. Where's the cat? Where's the cat? He was over there. He ran away. You see over there, folks, there's a lot of remote stands and parking areas. There's basically a lot of a lot of real estate over there, which you know, in terms of land that Airbus could expand out into, but like I say, there's a lot of remote stands over there. There's a, I think he said Hainan 339, I think, that's parked up over there. Okay, so that bank there, I'm guessing they're using that bank as a backdrop or a blast area. Yeah, this might be the first startup for that JetSMART. Alex Hooper grew up in Toulouse, went to international school where all my friends' parents were Airbus test pilots. We've have the green unpainted 380 flying over the school doing test flights in '06. Wow. Oh man, what memories that is, Alex. Hodges here, is he? Is Hodgie here? Oh, he's up on the hill. Flipping heck. I didn't know Hodgie was here. I didn't know he was here. Thank you, Ranji. That's a 320, isn't it? It's not a 321, is it? It's a 320. Thank you, Darren. Definitely hearing a prop down there. I think there's an ATR that may be coming out on test. I just want to see the sort of like the end product of this JetSMART run-up. Tow vehicle is still there. Now, whether they're going to taxi straight out of there and maybe come and do a taxi check, I don't know. But I was quite surprised by that Indigo jet earlier on, having an engine test, the first engine test, I would imagine, with the engine test, with the engines attached. But then straight out, and why not? Why not straight out into the great unknown? Six XL, 35 minutes out, Aaron Thomas, thank you. I think it's, JetSMART is a Chilean operation, but are part of a consortium. Look them up. If you just search JetSMART Airlines or whatever, JetSMART Airline into Google, you'll come up with it. The toucan from the Guinness advert. Oh yeah. Let's just see what happens when I do that. JetSMART Airline. go. Okay, JetSMART is an ultra low cost airline based in Santiago, Chile, operated primarily in South America with a focus on offering ultra low fares and a fleet of Airbus A320neo aircraft. Key facts: ultra low cost, ULCC, headquarters Santiago, Chile, parent company Indigo Partners, a global private equity firm that also invests in other low-cost carriers like Frontier Airlines, Volaris and Wizz Air. There you go. Okay, so they're obviously the investors, the main financial part or arm of it, the parent company. Focus is offering ultra-low fares throughout South America. Vision to reach 100 aircraft and 100 million passengers by 2026. Okay, that's a tall order. How many have they got now? They've only got a year to go. Better hurry up. Operation operates in Argentina, Chile and Peru, primarily Airbus A320neo aircraft. Founded in 2017. They've got a few, haven't they? They fly to 8 international destinations in Argentina, Brazil and Peru, and 10 domestic... Excuse me, mate. There's a daddy longlegs crawling all over me screen. Thanks, mate. He's just having a look. I don't know what he's doing. Do they test Southwest Airline? No. So that was a good start to the second part, wasn't it? So as you can see, folks, further down the hill now, slightly less of a view on the right-hand side of the delivery centre, but a great view across the delivery centre now on this side. And like I say, further down there, I'll be honest with you, if those tails weren't there, let me just have a look. Got the Jetstar 320 Neo down there, destined for Australia. Sorry, folks. Bloody hell. Jimmy G61. Oh, Michael Stocks, they have 40 aircraft. Well, I find it highly unlikely they're going to get another 60 by the end of this year. So that's one goal that I don't think they're going to reach. I don't think there's that many even available on the in the lease market. I would imagine that these aircraft, as is the case with most operations, leased aircraft, there's only a handful of big lease companies around the world. Oh, she's hooked up. Penny Haskins, 40 aircraft is quite a lot, but it's not the 100 that they wanted by the end of 26. But yeah, that's quite a decent sized fleet, isn't it? I mean, nothing on the size of obviously somebody like Southwest or well, actually, let's just have a little look. Clear above, negative. Haven't been to the Charleston facility. We talked about that earlier on, didn't we? Was it the Charleston facility that we were talking about earlier on? Yes, it was. Because obviously Charleston have quite a lot of activity in terms of, you know, like Boeing Field, Payne Field, etc., etc. But primarily for the 787 production, and I'd imagine they're quite busy at the moment. And of course, the Dreamlifter goes into to Charleston, as well as there are military operations, I believe, on the same airfield. So the question is, and I think we've looked into this before, that there isn't anywhere to sort of like position ourselves at, unless somebody knows any better. Brian Cassidy asking, obviously, about the delivery of the aircraft. When an aircraft is ready, do the respective company collect it, or do Airbus deliver it to a specified airport? Brian, great question, and probably one that's on the lips of many people with regards to aircraft deliveries. But in general, I would imagine it's 99.9% of the time it's flown from here by their own pilots, by the airline's pilots, that is. So they will either send a pilot here to take delivery of the aircraft, along with a representative of the company, of course, I'd imagine. They will, should I say, they will send a flight crew here to take the aircraft. Now, if it's on an 8-hour flight across, you know, a transfer flight or ferry flight, should we call it, that means that obviously the flight crew will have to sit out and wait and rest at the first stopover, I would imagine. What's that, GP? Oh, okay. Yeah, if it's a long haul flight, then you know, I'd imagine. What's that? What is that? Oh, okay, there we go. So we're hearing above that apparently. Who was that from, Julie? Saying what? James Horvath. James saying that he lives in Charleston, and it's a very it's not very busy, not a lot of activity. So there we go. That blows that one out of the water, unfortunately. It's a shame, but of course we do go to Boeing Field and Payne Field. So I think, to be honest with you, in terms of the big stuff, I mean, you do get to see Dreamliners and the odd 777 freighter out of Payne Field. Boeing Field, you get every now and then KC-46s. Of course, you've got the museum there. Lots of 737 MAX. They have the delivery centre there. So there's a lot of activity, but also the 777-9 test programme is based at Boeing Field. Even though the aircraft was built at Payne Field, as were the. Because Boeing Field is a delivery field, isn't it? It's not a final assembly line. It's just a delivery centre, really. but you'll see the 737-7, 737 MAX 7 and MAX 10 prototype jets there, together with, I think they're, you know, 777-9's got a couple of 777-9s there as well. Carol, there are many 787s parked in Charleston and some activity but sporadic. Love seeing the Dreamlifters flying around. Interesting. Well, I mean, if there was a lot of Dreamlifter activity, we'll have some of that. There's sort of like as much, if there's as much Dreamlifter activity at Charleston as there is beluga activity at Toulouse, then that would be possibly what. No, okay then. Well, no, because they haven't gotten as many, have they? They've only got 2, or is it 4? Have they got 2 or 4? 4, yeah. Yeah. So folks, good afternoon. I hope you're doing well. 2:56 here in Europe, I'm going to say, down in the southern tip of France, and we are at the Toulouse-Blagnac airport. This is the final assembly line and delivery centre for Airbus A321, 320. Neos, that is, and 330, 8s, 9s, and 350, 9s and 1000s. They do test here as well, Airbus, with their AIB family flight jets. We saw a couple of them this morning, the A220, which I think that was the first time we've seen the A220 AIB, isn't it, this morning. And all these airlines that you're seeing here, folks, obviously some people thinking, what the hell is a Chinese jet doing down in France? Well, they're brand spanking new, folks. These aircraft, they've been assembled here, not manufactured here, but assembled here. With the manufacturing taking place all around the world, and being transported here by the beluga, which we've seen earlier on as well. So kind of lots of things to learn and educate yourself on. But a lot of these flights that we're seeing going out are just passenger services. These are scheduled flights like this Air France Embraer, from the passenger terminal, which is just coming up in your background shortly. And there it is. It's the freight terminal, and there's the passenger terminal there. So yeah, you will see aircraft in all their different guises in terms of their final assembly. That this aircraft has more or less been fully assembled. It's just waiting for engines. So that could be here for another 6 months, because obviously engines are a component of an aircraft which are being delayed quite heavily, as well as the airframes themselves and the components and the materials. You know, everything from the plastics the fabrics for the seating, the different alloys, different materials that, you know, for the braking systems, the rubber and all those kind of components that are made up of so many different exotic materials, ceramics and lightweight alloys, titanium, carbon materials, etc., etc. Rolls-Royce struggling to deliver to the program, probably more or less the same as it has been for the last couple of years, to be honest with you, but everybody's struggling there. I can see something coming out down the end there, Jilly. It looks kind of like... I was going to say it's Etihad. I was going to say it's Etihad, man. Third test flight. 350, obviously, yeah? Man, that's a pretty decent thumbnail right there, mate. Excuse me. Okay, Turkish 350, the one that you see there in the midst of all those 350 tails there. Oh, well, I think they are. I think the one at the far end might be Cebu Pacific, maybe a 330, I think. But the Turkish jet that you see there is due for delivery this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Steve Lashour, sorry, is a new, returning first class member. Welcome back, Steve. Goldfish. Oh, look, AEGEAN being delivered now as well. Kerry Aerophile Spotter saying this is great seeing where it all begins. Yes. So this is a delivery flight, folks. This is a crew on board this AEGEAN jet. Haven't got very far to go, has to be said. So this will be probably a two-man crew with possibly, I'd imagine, a representative on board. I'm not 100% sure in terms of the personnel that fly on them, but certainly a two-man or two-person crew. Sorry. Dylan Smith confirming that about this AEGEAN jet now on delivery push. Brand new aeroplane will literally go straight into service the moment it arrives. Unless, of course, as some operators do, they opt to fit the aircraft out themselves in terms of the seating sometimes, not all of them, but So it may... Oh, we're going to get a great start up. Tomorrow, Air Canada 787 due at 8:35 in the morning. Departs at 11:15 scheduled service. What's that, GP? All right, yeah, okay. Wilson tuning in from Farnborough. Captain Bob, to the Bulgars up the engines. Belugas, I'm guessing, up the engines. Oh, do Belugas pick up the engines? I'm guessing he's saying there. Yeah, they do, Captain Bob, I'm guessing. What's the test flight details on this Etihad Jet GP? Did you... Third test flight, right, okay. AIB 0303, that'll show on, should show on your Flightradar 24. Gina Graham, we do hope for a wing wave. Just depends on the company, doesn't it? They're either, you know, they stamp their foot down, no wing waves, okay? We don't want to put this aircraft structure into any kind of, like, you know. It's a shame they've positioned this in place where it is, but not most of the departure shot. Dimitri Spirou, yes, we're aware. Turkish 350 going out later around about 6 p.m. That's the one we're going to wait for. Penny Haskins would love to be first on a new plane. Well, we were, weren't we, Jilly? On the Virgin Atlantic A330neo. Billie Holiday, that was it, yeah. Vijaz. Lots of whale watching. Whale watchers. Penny Haskins, 500 planes on back order. Yeah, that's pretty standard procedure. And it just builds and builds and builds, doesn't it? But yeah, 500 aircraft on back order. It's incredible. Penny Haskins, Beluga soon. Sananda, $351,366 million. Loads of money. More expensive than a 787. And more expensive to operate as well, but in terms of maintenance, I believe, but cheaper in terms of its overall running costs. I'm guessing it must be. Can't be anything else. Good. Brett Myerscough. What a versatile aircraft Beluga is, designed and capable of carrying most aircraft components, including wings, fuselage and engine. Yeah, basically everything. 2 sets of A350 wings, whereas the old ST could only carry 1 set of wings. And obviously that's a big... here we go. How steep that is. Don't forget, these will be test pilots, Airbus test pilots. (3,700 feet per minute). Now, you see, I think they test these aircraft on different departure angles. That was certainly a very steep angle, wasn't it? So different, you know, some airports around the world require different departure routes, as in like both from an altitude standpoint, but also from a banking away standpoint as well. Bit more of a view down there now. You can clearly see the back end of that Royal Jordanian Neo sitting there. Now a cluster of 350s and 330s. There's something coming out here. We had this earlier on, this China Southern Jet, or is it Global Airlines? I don't know which. Oh, has that been... It's gone now, is it? Okay, they painted over it. Oh, fair play. So that's the new livery, is it? Okay. What, with just a ginormous Global written on it? Okay, fair enough. Horrible livery, I've got to say. That tail livery is just terrible. Microsoft Word they've made that on, isn't it? See, they haven't got the, interestingly enough, they haven't got the, didn't pay the extra for the cockpit surround paint, which, you know what, yeah, the eyeliner. To be honest with you, folks, you know, somebody mentioning there, Michael White, if the cockpit mask is to prevent glare, I'll be honest with you, I don't think the cockpit mask is to prevent glare. I think the cockpit mask, or eyeliner as I call it, is purely an aesthetic thing. Every aircraft, the front edge, next time you board an aircraft, if you're lucky enough to see the nose section, you can see that there is, and it's actually Screaming Emu, one of our members here, who pointed this out to me, but the paint that is, if it's a white fuselage, which it generally more or less is on most of these aircraft, or whatever the colour is, it's a matte finish in the for the front section to prevent glare or to cut down on the glare. The paint around the cockpit canopy is not going to do anything in terms of preventing any glare, because obviously it's there on the you know, it's not going to do it. And no matter the amount of prevention you put there, you're still not going to prevent the sun blinding you straight in your eyes, like for instance if you're doing a 27 right approach into London Heathrow, or a 27 approach into London Heathrow with the sun setting. Here comes a beluga. Look at that thing, man. Crazy looking machine. Let's just put that on, shall we? I don't know about temperature control. Is it? Because if it was temperature control, would that not be something that would be fitted to all aircraft? I don't know. I need to hear it from an official Airbus source. Little China 220 firing up his engines. Better view of the ground? Okay, Sananda, thank you. Googled it. Design feature that eases maintenance. Okay, I'd like to know how that eases maintenance. Is that in terms of, like, you know, a bird strike or something, seeing any damage on the windshield? I guess you would on the framework. Design feature eases maintenance, helps harmonise the thermal conditions of the temperature sensitive window area. Right. Offers, that's the only part of it I can understand, but offers the pilots a better view of the ground. I don't understand that. I have to know where Google got that from. Anyway, whatever. Now you're going to get a good close look at the flight deck here, folks. Now you can see the flight deck there. Oh, this is the winky one, isn't it? So his right-hand side doesn't have a winky eye, does it? It's only the left side. Wow, she's heavy, man. He's got a dodgy tooth, look. So that's a replacement windshield component there, folks. As a result of probably a bird strike, I'd imagine. Or just a faulty element in there or something like that. Six belugas in service. This is number 6 of the group. We did see earlier on an ST prior variant, previous variant. Sorry. It's a front loader, but it does need specialist equipment to. Well, I say specialist equipment. They've got their own loading and off-roading ramp system inside the hangar, They literally drive this thing in. The door closes around it. Big suction seal. The shape of the beluga's bodywork there. Then the not the entire nose, but the upper sort of like forehead section opens up, and then it is a ramp is moved up to the lower floor section, and then the components are removed on much like your normal offload and offload pallet system, where you roll them on and roll them off. Oh blimey, Concorde 444, last time we saw number 6 was at Heathrow, Gilly. Delivered the 350 component. So I don't know whether this, what's showing on radar for this one, GP? Oh, she's not there. XL Aviation Spotting. Yes, it was loaned. Well, actually, it was. Oh, look, that's a taxi check, isn't it? He's weaving. He's weaving. Yeah, that's a taxi check. That's interesting that it's coming from an aircraft that's at the delivery centre. They're doing some kind of taxi checks, aren't they? But yeah, the 350 component was delivered, care of Airbus and the Beluga, specifically for, it's very rare for that to happen, 99.999% of the time the Beluga platform is used specifically for pickup and delivery of Airbus components. But that one time, very rare indeed, was when they... Look at him weaving, look. So they've obviously got some kind of a... This is the AEGEAN delivery. Wing wave. Yeah, mate. Like it. Happy flying. Yeah. See? It's brilliant, isn't it? It's two decent wing waves. Are you there, Gilly, or are you scoffing? Oh. Yeah, everyone talking about that great wing wave, man. Kisa and Amumu's. Nice. Morgan, Paul Skilling, wing wave, Morgan. Shago R282. Good flight, Joanna B waving. Rab H awesome. Diane 78. Nice. Deirdre Rabbit. Wave. Cool. Jeff in Massachusetts. Gina Graham, loving that. Deirdre, Steph, awesome. Morgan, J Mank, loving it. Not as good as LATAM, yes, absolutely. However, I mean, LATAM just kept going, didn't it? It disappeared. It was wing waving all the way. Absolutely brilliant. You'll have to wind that back to earlier on, folks, if you want to see that. Johnny Aviography, loving Toulouse. Michael K, AN12, about to fly over the airfield. I wouldn't, I'd say that's a joke, however, I do hear a prop. Clement Aloyne is on the chat. Here it is, I can hear it, but we're not going to see it. Yeah, not going to see it. Thanks, Clement. Unless it's going to be in this gap here. Let's just double check. Make sure it's not going to be in that gap there. What's the height? 12,000, did he say? Oh yeah, listen to that. The Cavoc, yeah. 20,000, right. Oh, listen to that. I don't think there is any sound like the AN12, is there really? I mean, you can quite clearly tell a Hercules or a the 400M, or you know. But I tell you what, there's nothing like it, really, is there? I'm wondering, I might get just a long shot of it. I'm just looking for I don't know if she's trailing. That's the only thing. That cloud she's way above that cloud. I think she's in that piece of cloud there, which not either side of the gap there, unfortunately. Yeah, what a sound, eh? Very old plane. Jules Indigo Blue, it's the captain's wife with Captain Hugh again from Virgin Atlantic. We're in Madeira. Oh my God, watching planes landing. You must come here. You'd have kittens broadcasting this. Well, yeah, but there's only one landing every 40 minutes, isn't it? It's even less than that, isn't it? It's only... Is this a delivery flight, this... Yeah, Madeira in the winds is challenging, to say the least. But yeah, just I think we're just gonna have to do it one day, Julie, just to appease everybody, and do you know what I mean? Just get it done and go out there for a day and just film it. Hopefully when the winds are quite strong. That's what you need. You need winds at Madeira. Otherwise it's, I mean, it's a very short runway, don't get me wrong. But those guys that land there, could be RTO on this apparently. Okay, engine run and taxi check yesterday. There we are, RTO. It's quite interesting that they don't do a late RTO, but what's the difference really, to be honest with you? You just need to know that make sure that all the systems are working. And so you don't want to sort of like put massive stresses on the airframe and on the wheels and brakes and systems and all that kind of thing. When you know the systems work, even in a, I mean, that is quite a high powered RTO. They've probably gone flex, I'd imagine, gone through the normal systems of takeoff procedures, and then of course gone full RTO on it. Heavy on the brakes, reversers, ground spoilers. Might go round and do another one. Hey, is this Rejected takeoff, Dave EGBK. That's what an RTO is. Go, Rab H. Just looked at the departures and arrivals board at Madeira. Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I mean, it's, yeah. Just wait for Heathrow. I think he's going back for another go. Yeah, all the stuff's certainly going to move around in the overhead lockers, isn't it? Something running its engines up over there, by the sounds of it. Oh, that's a nice little Fergie. You get a birdie then. Robin. Is it Robin? Get a bleeding focus on it. Come on, mate. Is it? Oh dear. Somehow. What's that? What is that? There's nothing before the bird. Whatever. So try get in on it quick. Quickly, hurry up! It's not going to happen, is it? If I pretend to look at that bit there and then go up very slowly. There he is, look. Up. Oh, female robin, that did. I definitely want a sparrow. Don't think it was a sparrow. Stone Chat, Adrian Luscombe and David Schoenfeld, also Stone Chat. Dylan Smith went to Hamburg 3 weeks ago, spotting at the Airbus factory. It's like Toulouse, a bit of a fishing trip. Thing is with Hamburg is it's all 321s, isn't it? Sorry, it's all 321s, I think, as far as I'm aware. You don't get any big stuff down there, other than obviously the Beluga. Female Stone Chat as well. Insect catcher. Are they not all insect catchers though? Okay. China Southern. Carly Simon going around again. That is the Delta A350-900 100 livery. Hearing also that they've got a 320 Neo in that livery. Michael White, loving the break from the norm, from the hectic life that is. Wow, that was quite late, wasn't it? Wow, that's stopping power for you, man. What's that? Hodgie. Don't think we've had 3 deliveries in one day. I think that's Cebu Pacific at the end. I know I keep saying it. I've had no one confirm it with me yet. That 3:30 on the end of the line there. The end of the line. David, yes, third A350 for Ethiopia. Third and last A350 for Ethiopian is indeed here. Give you a shot of her in a minute. She's got no engines and she's in primer. XL Aviation, it is Cebu, yes. Jez White. China does manufacture aircraft. And I'm led to believe that all future aircraft, after their current batch of pre-ordered aircraft, they will have to switch to the Comac C919. Someone's telling you pork is there, mate. The Beluga does not have an invisible engine at the rear. Oh, bless. That's a bloke down the pub, isn't it? Oh, yeah, mate. Yeah. No, it's got 3 engines. That's it. Where's the other one then? Oh, it's on the back, isn't it? Bolted on the back. It's either a bloke or a woman down the pub. Let's remember, there are women who tell porkies and all. Now you can go back to that bloke and say, "Oi, where'd you get your information from then, son? You bleeding liar." Mind you, the best thing to do is just look it up on Google, innit? How many engines does the Beluga have? Mind you, I lie. The APU, yes. But it's not an engine that's used for flight. It's used for power. So, you know, someone's got the wrong end of the stick. Bloke down the pub, yeah, bloke told me, yeah, really, in all honesty, an aeroplane's got 3 engines. Oh, has it? Yeah, because it's got another one in the back, you know. He didn't explain the full reason for it, but you never know. That conversation could have been happening during a football match. How many, oh yeah, John, there's a bit of a boring stuff going on here. How many engines has that Beluga got then? Yeah, what they got there? Hold on a minute, it's just about, oh, he's got the ball. Yeah, no, they've got 3 engines. Oh, have they? Yeah, goal! Everything goes off, madness, and then the conversation's completely buried in it. Never got to the bottom of it. Never got to fully explain that it's got 3 engines, but only 2 of them are used for flight.
I'm shooting.
All right, mate.
Yeah.
Take it easy, fella.
Yeah, you too.
Look after yourself.
You too, mate.
You walking all the way down there, are you?
Gonna go back round and get another photo of the edge of the Hainan. Then I'm gonna go back to the terminal.
Okay, good on you. What time's your flight? 6 o'clock.
18:20.
Oh, is it?
Charles de Gaulle, yeah.
Might not get it, but if we're here, we'll have a look.
You never know.
Take care, mate.
Yeah, you too.
All the best.
See you again.
Nice young lad. Nick Fishenden. Will this be re-registered when it's delivered to China? Southern. Still got its test reg on it. If you put that reg into Google, it might come up as like a I don't know, EasyJet 320 now or something. Wow, comes up as Avianca. Wow. There you go. The ironic thing about that C919 Comac operation is, even though it's an all-Chinese operation, all the components come from outside of China, which is just like, really? So there you go. I mean, they use it's using the LEAP engine, isn't it? The C919, using the LEAP engine, probably, possibly, I don't know who builds the wings for it. You never know. It could be the guys in the. I wouldn't imagine that it would be the guys in Chester. Tony recalled most of the Chinese destined Airbuses are made in China. Yeah, components made in China, yeah. It's absolutely crazy. And I'd imagine, I mean, we have seen the Beluga going into China before, haven't we? Or does it? Or is it mainly container ship? Is it container, perhaps? There's an art to stripping this beef out, you know, this yeah, it kind of did, didn't it? Yeah. Somebody wanted a look at the Ethiopian 350. That's the last of the batch. No. That's crazy. A random search and it brings us up. James Wagner, C919 airframe made entirely in China, is primarily constructed of aluminium alloy fuselage and wing boxes with 8.8% of structure from aluminium lithium alloys and less than 10% of composite. Oh, okay, the airframe made entirely in China then. Okay, well, why did I read 85% of it is... Oh, I don't know. Suffer 63 Leap 1C built in Tianjin, surprisingly. Under license, yeah, from General Electric. Wow. So they did consider the 225 and the 124 then, but then moved on to redeveloping and redesigning the ST variant. Wow. Look, it's a Photoshop double-ended plane. That's the new Airbus jet, folks. You saw it first here on Big Jet TV. Peter Wilson, thank you. Great info, good chat. Love it. That's what it's all about. A little bit relaxing, technical information. That is a China Eastern A321 glider. and these engine, the engine pylons actually have counterweights hanging from them. That's in long-term storage, that one, folks. You can see from the you can tell from the fact that it's got very heavily encased wheels and tyres. Look, that ain't going anywhere for a long time. That's obviously to preserve it from heat and cold and dust and stuff like that. You don't want that getting in your brakes, you know, if it's left for any specific amount of time. Oh, oi! Vooz is nicked. Karen Phillips, I heard a few years ago that some airplane parts were not genuine. Have they successfully sorted that out? Yes. There have been cases in the past, Karen, where in fact it happened to British Airways a long time ago. Are you sitting comfortably? No, a long time ago, yeah, in a galaxy far, far away, someone, unfortunately, a part of I think it was a pump, an ancillary pump or something, got into the parts, what's it called? Anyway, it got into the stores, and because every single part, literally, folks, we're talking about even the tiniest of fastenings, has to have a paper trail in terms of where it's come from, whether it's a new part, whether it's a used part, if it's a used part, what aircraft it's come off of, its history in terms of servicing and maintenance, because everything has a maintenance schedule, so to speak. You know, everything needs to be inspected at a certain time, much like these aircraft. I think it's 10 years for a D check. Of course, it goes A check, B check, C check and D check, each one obviously being more intense than the other. But yes, to answer your question, yes, Karen, it did happen. It has happened, and erroneous parts have. I've used that word erroneous quite a lot recently, haven't I? Anyway, erroneous part have seeped into the to the spares market. I don't want to really point fingers, but India has got quite a bad reputation for that kind of stuff, folks, in terms of you know, I mean, I've heard recently that India have got a really bad reputation for a couple of things. Firstly, the UK exports around about 800,000 tyres, rubber tyres from cars, every year to India. Those tyres are supposed to be mulched and create tiny little granules, which are basically then used for playground bases for playgrounds and rubberized platforms and stuff like that. But the BBC have uncovered this what is absolutely terrible. This an Indian community have taken tyres and they're burning them. They're basically burning them and extracting certain things from them, but not everything. And the that's all, folks. It was, wasn't it? The smoke. Nearly did it again. The smoke is terrible. The local villages have said that they've difficulty in breathing and all that kind of thing. Apparently some of the Indian authorities have shut a couple of them down, but there are 8 of them in total. These things, they've got satellite images of them. Well, they actually sent in some some drones and took some footage, did the BBC. Yeah, not good what the Indians are doing, the Indian community are doing there. And only specific people, I have to add. The other thing that what was the other thing? Oh yeah, that was it. The other thing that the Indians are, India, sorry, not the Indians, India have been accused of is selling parts, aircraft parts and spares to the Russians. Now, that is naughty, mate. That's very, very naughty. And I have to say that the suppliers of those components not taking the responsibility of completing the checks for the final destination is also very, very naughty. Steve Green, the A380 test aircraft, is down the other end of the fairway. Fairway? For yeah, sorry, runway down there. Yes, that's right, Dev. That's what I said. Story starts with the UK sending their tyres to be recycled. So that's what they've been told contractually by India, that's what India will do. They will mulch the tyres. However, that's where it ends. That's why it's been brought to light, because somebody's brought it up. The BBC have brought it up and exposed it. So you know, as far as those suppliers from the UK were concerned, they were totally on the understanding that until it comes to light, you don't know, do you? It's talking about their own waste and concern. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that at all. I'm talking about this one particular subject. Of course, I'm sorry, but whether it was America or Chile or or Ireland or Japan or China or Australia or anyone, if they've been exposed, I would say that would be the case. It's just in the news. I've got nothing against India. I know a lot of Indians and they're great people. I play golf with quite a lot of them and I love them to bits. Got a great sense of humour, you know, blah, blah, blah. But that is just fact, that India has been accused of selling in the black market in some way, I'm guessing it must be, aircraft parts that they have acquired from global manufacturers. And this is in the news, by the way, folks. I'm not just making it up. I wouldn't do, obviously. But yeah, it is what it is. See, that 350 has got its flaps and slats extended. Quite interesting, isn't it? Suffolk 63, I believe that A339 is actually stored because the order was cancelled, and the A321neo to LRs, I think, will be sourced either directly or through lease. Oh, that's interesting, Suffolk 63. So Suffolk 63 talking about that 339 sitting over there, and this one over here, orders cancelled. Now, I think there is obviously some kind of a termination fee for somebody. However, you know what? Because these aircraft are in such high demand, Airbus will move those aircraft on very quickly. In fact, look out for that for those aircraft and see who eventually takes them up. It could be Delta, it could be Virgin. I think Virgin are done with their 339 orders, but they'll be snapped up very, very quickly. Sananda. China was doing the same thing before the Olympics in Beijing. They made the pollution issue. Oh, now they stopped buying the recycled items from the US, which has resulted in many programs. Wow, there we go. You see, there we go, Sananda. I had no idea. I mean, you know, these people, wherever they are in the world, whoever they are, if it means they can make money, they don't give a damn about other people's lives, basically. It's a terrible thing, isn't it? Greed. It's greed. It's all down to greed, folks. Iberia. 350 glider. Accountability is primary, Samantha, absolutely. Oh look, Dimitri saying the Etihad 350 coming back so quickly. It's a very quick flight. Well, yeah, it was a test flight, wasn't it? It wasn't the customer. Sometimes, well, no, it is generally. They do generally. The test flights follow a regular routing, don't they? They're never for any great deal of time. Although we have, in the past, had aircraft do extensively long test flights, but they're mostly the AIB flights. Thank you, Aidan. Like I say, folks, tomorrow is for members, and tomorrow and Friday we're going to be back here for members only. That's all members, but we're hoping, crossing fingers, that maybe they're going to get the 380 back up in the air, carrying out more test and evaluation flights, evaluation of new componentry and systems and so on and so forth that they're offering to the current, you know, because I think it's great that Airbus have done that. You know, they're like, you know what, these guys have put their trust in us. They're keeping those 380s for longer than they would want to. So let's back them up. Let's give them something in return by way of new updates. And, you know, firmware updates, a bit like your phone, isn't it? Sort of thing. Get that with engines and... but, you know, if there's anything that you can replace on an aircraft that is, you know, cost efficient in terms of the cost of the replacement versus the amount of savings that you're going to get from it as a result of a lighter weight component, etc., etc. Obviously, the more weight you can save, the less fuel you have to burn, etc., etc. My big question would be how much fuel would be saved if the aircraft were to switch, the 380 that is, were to switch to the because the A380, of course, as we know, has this style of wingtip on it, the wingtip fence, which was the, you know, the first style of wingtip in terms of the commercial airliner market. And that is just a bigger version of that on the A380. And, you know, that's quite old school, isn't it? That wingtip fence design compared to, you know, the blended wingtip that we see, you know, on the A350 like we see there, which is beautiful, is it not? What a beautiful piece of componentry that is. Designed and built, I believe, in Chester. I'm led to believe that the A350 blended wingtip is developed in Chester, from what I've read. Korean just extended their 380s by 7 years. Wow, Jeff in Mass, thank you. And yes, Jeff in Mass, it would be great to see winglets, well, a blended wingtip. I mean, even if it's a small percentage, if your operational costs are, say, 5 billion a year for a, I don't know. Well, let's just have a little look here, shall we? We're not in any rush. Let's have a little look. I've got a flask of coffee. Hold on a minute. Let's just have a little look here, shall we? You've got all your maintenance and all that. Sorry, folks. Okay. The cost, okay, so this is an A380, folks, stand by. The cost of maintaining an A380 is around 2.5 million per year, and that's dollars. Cost of operating the aircraft is around 4 million per year, but that doesn't include the cost of fuel. Additionally, the cost of fuel per year is around 1.5 million. So 2.5 million, 4 million, so it's 6.5, 7, 8. Let's just say 10 million, yeah? Let's just say 10 million. Okay, right, okay. Now this is where I need me bleeding. Well, I mean, it's easy, isn't it? So 10 million. I'm going to do this calculation behind the scenes. Hold on a minute. It's raining. So if it's 1% of the operational lifetime of the aircraft. Okay, so let's just say it's 2025 now, 35 years out, 2040. So that's 15 years. Multiply that by. No. Yes. And 20,000 times 8 million. Okay, flipping it. What's going on here? Oh, mate, what's going on? No. 15 times 8 million. This is the test aircraft, isn't it? Yeah. It's going to be a lot in it. What's 15? What's 50? 120 million, right? What's 15 times? 8 million. No, I've done that. No, 15 times 20,000. That was quite a short flight, wasn't it, for the 350? Is it 300,000 OK? And what was the million one? 8 million times 15. 8 million times 15. Did you say 300,000? 120 million. So 300,000 over this lifespan. If you save 1% by changing the wingtip on the aircraft. Yeah. So over 15 years was. It's a 1,000. Look at that, folks. Eh? Isn't that lovely? Eh? What I'm getting at is the cost of switching a wing. The 767 wingtip that is was available. I think it still is. You know, as a retrofit that like what UPS did to their 767s. Yeah, no, we got there in the end. What I'm basically saying is the cost of operating an A380 is $8 million a year. Let's just say that an operator takes it through to 2040, right? That is $120 million operating costs for that aircraft. In terms of the wing, the replacement wingtip, if they were to put a blended style Neo wingtip on it, for example, on the A380 and replace the other one, the percentage, the saving of over the lifetime of the aircraft, the remaining lifetime of the aircraft, if you multiplied that by 1%, so if it's 120 million, then you save 1% of that 120 million, which is, what was it, Gilly? Yes. It's got lots of numbers, mate. Look. Of 120 million. 300 odd grand, wasn't it? $1,200,000 you would save over the pit. Really? Not 10%. That's not 10%. That's 10%, mate. That's 10% of 120 million is 1.2 million, isn't it? What was the original percentage I asked for? It was 1%, wasn't it? 1%. Oh, look at this, look at this. Oh, yes. This is what oh my God, look at this, folks. And look what it is. Look at this. This has come out of, mate, this has come out of one of the belugas. Oh my God, that is so exciting, man. Honestly, that is, for me to see that. This is just phenomenal, folks. Coming right past us as well. That's a United A321. Look at the fella, he drawed the last straw, isn't he? You're not going to get it. He's got a big wing on the back of his truck, look. Anyway. No, that's 10%, isn't it? Is it not? Oh, is it 1.2 million of 1% of 120 million? Yeah, that's right. It'd be 12 million, wouldn't it? 10%. Sorry. 1% is 1.2 million. You're right. Okay. I've just lots of things going on here. Quickly make more excuses. Yeah, it's too many numbers. So, okay. A 1.2 million saving over the lifetime of the aircraft. These are just basic figures. Now, how much would it cost to manufacture and, well, for the operator to buy and fit the new wingtips. Probably a couple of million, I would have thought. So that's blown that completely out the water. There's no point in operating them. However, if the wingtip was to offer you 4%, let's just say, in terms of a reduction in drag, let's just have a look here. I love talking about stuff like this, even though I don't know what I wanted to talk about. What percentage of drag does a sharklet, no, offer for an aircraft? Let's just see what it, wing sharklet, let's just put a wing sharklet offer for an aircraft. Okay, generating. Wing sharklets, a specific type of winglet designed by Airbus, can reduce drag by approximately 3.5 to 4%. Wow. On long distance flights, leading to fuel savings. What is the fuel saving? What is it? Reduce induced drag by 3.5 to 4%, and therefore reducing the fuel burn by, that's the number that I need. Hold on, let's just have a look. Some sources suggest that winglets in general can reduce inbound induced drag by 20% and improve lift drag ratio by 6 to 9%. Wow. Other studies suggest that blended winglets typically reduce drag by approximately 7% at long-range cruise. I want to know what the savings are in terms of percentage versus the cost of this. Is folks, I mean, I know you're probably thinking, what is he getting excited about? Well, I'm sorry, but look, we've seen so many of these. This is where they start, ladies and gentlemen. This is where it all begins. Now, that aircraft has been delivered from, now, has that come from Spain? Let me just have a quick look. Where is the rear? I think it's either Spain fuselage made on, is the rear, is the A321, I'm guessing. Not tier fuselage, rear fuselage. Are you trying to get there before me, Jilly? The A321 rear fuselage, including the centre and rear fuselage sections, are assembled in Airbus's facility in Hamburg. But yes, we know that. I was looking for, it was not made. Okay. It's misunderstood me. Google's misunderstood me by saying the word made. By the word made, manufactured, I guess we need to say to it to be more specific. Okay, 321 rear fuselage. Oh my God, no, not assembled. Manufactured, man. Come on, Google. You should know what I'm talking about. Other parts. Okay, major component assembly. Blah, blah, blah. Includes the centre and rear fuselage. Delivered to final assembly lines. Supplier, Airbus is manufactured by Premier Aerotech. Other parts. While the rear fuselage is assembled in Hamburg. Wow, look at that. Go on, son. No, man, the manufacture of the component, not the flipping assembly of it. No, it's either Spain or Germany or somewhere like that, for God's sake. That's just going to Flunkenschinksen or whatever it's called next door, isn't it? It's assembled in Hamburg. Okay, manufactured and assembled. No, that's not manufactured here, man. I really, really? Where? Cherbourg? Hamburg. Okay, so Germany. Okay, Germany. There we go. I did say Germany has a big part to play. I had no idea that the components were manufactured there. I thought that Hamburg was just an assembly plant. So is that in the Airbus assembly? Wow, look at this, folks. Isn't this fantastic? Look at that. This is absolutely fantastic. It's the wing, so right up to the wing route there. Wow, this is insane. See all the little patches where they've made the little repairs, and see the rear section that's attached there. I think that very aft piece could potentially be the part that's manufactured in Spain. I don't know. There's another section there. Look at that. Isn't that just fantastic? And look at this, ladies and gentlemen. That's got to belong to that aircraft, doesn't it? That is just fantastic, man. Oh, Jilly, you've got it. That's thumbnail, mate. That's the thumbnail. Or that or something, you know. Because that's Toulouse, mate. That is Toulouse all over. Beluga XL compliant. Look at that. Yeah, Hamburg. Wow, man. That is just the best. And the things we've seen carted past there, folks, we've had engines and other components and so on and so forth. But that's got to be the most exciting part I've ever seen delivered, being carted around. Now that's going to head over there, folks, and end up on the final assembly line. How is that? It's just brilliant, man. Oh, that is just fantastic. That's that kind of really seals the deal, doesn't it, on the trip to Toulouse. How's my driving, Jill Perry? My other car's a Rolls Royce or Ferrari or so. What's that, Jilly? Suffer 6-3. I think the tail section is actually an advert. Oh yes, very funny. That tail will be united very soon. Suffer, yes. No, someone else. So how much was the final amount in that 1% of 10% of the 1.2 million on the 380? Yeah, where did we get to? I'm glad I was rudely interrupted by that, but now we've got to kind of finish it, haven't we? Yes, but what I'm saying is the cost of a winglet, a wingtip. I remember doing this on the 767, right? Okay. How much to retrofit the 767 winglet? No, wing, not wing, winglet. There we go, search. Okay, retrofitting a Boeing 767-300 with blended wingtips as listed by Aviation Partners Boeing costs approximately 1.8 million. Right, forget about it. We don't want those blended wingtips. Thank you very much. Unless Airbus are prepared to make them and fit them for free. Keep hearing them. There's either someone with a load of bangles or there's a cat walking around here with a bell on its collar. Oh, yes, I've seen this before. Oh, that's brilliant. Rob who, Gilly? Rob, we've just received your email, and this is something that I think is, Rob Walker, thank you, sir. This is something that is, I should have actually brought it up and Googled it myself, but, you know, this is very interesting, folks. Rob has gone into, I guess, the Airbus website or somewhere and got a very complex 321 XLR breakdown. And what is interesting is when you look at that aircraft, the whole thing versus a normal 321, is the rear tank, which is manufactured in Hamburg, aft fuselage manufactured in Hamburg, Bremen for the flaps, inboard and outboard. That's amazing, isn't it? Obviously, wings and equipping is in Broughton. The tail cone and horizontal tail plane manufactured in Getafe, is it? Getafe. Vertical tail plane in Stade. Rear fuselage in Hamburg, which we just saw just now. Wow, amazing, man, amazing. The air inlet on the engines, which is the engine nacelle, made in Nantes. I'm guessing is that possibly, because Nantes is in France, isn't it? Is that possibly, right? N-A-N-T-E, Nantes, E-E-S. I think it's France, isn't it? Nantes? Yeah, engine pylons, Toulouse. Wow, interesting. The engine pylons are manufactured here in Toulouse. Centre wing box is another one manufactured in Nantes. The centre wing box is... Oh, okay. It's Nantes or Nantes, let's just say, section 14A, Saint-Nazaire. There are different sections that we've seen on that fuselage that we just saw being carted off around the airport, which is brilliant. Forward fuselage, Saint-Nazaire. Radome is in Nantes. Is it Nantes? Nantes? Non. Just non. No S on the end. Nantes. Sounds a bit dodgy, that. Nose fuselage in Saint-Nazaire. And then, of course, the engines themselves are either the CFM engine, which is the LEAP engine. It's the big brother of the CFM 56. Although I tell you what, that LEAP engine's got a long way to go before it becomes anywhere near the best-selling engine like the CFM 56. I think of all engines, and let's see whether I'm right or not, of all the engines, all the commercial aircraft engines, I'm gonna say, and this is across all the across the board, you know, because I feel quite confident in saying that the CFM 56 is the best-selling engine, because it's not just the 737, also powered the A340, or powers the A340-300, some Airbus aircraft as well, Airbus A320s and 20, I don't know if they ever did a CFM 56 variant of the A321, certainly the A320. Yeah, the CFM 56, ladies and gentlemen. I said Broughton, David Jones. As in brought, as in you brought it to me. Oh, for God's sake. Someone once told me it's pronounced Broughton, and now he's telling me it's Broughton. Okay, well, I'm just going to say Chester. I'm just going to say Chester, man. I mean, you know, it's just easier for me, isn't it? You know, locals might call it one thing, and the people outside it, 5 miles away, might call it something else. I've never ever got to the bottom of that. Yeah, it's pronunciations, isn't it? Yeah. It's like Louisville, isn't it? Everyone calls it Louisville, but the locals at Louisville are all, it's Louisville, man, you're saying it all wrong. It's like, yeah, I know I'm saying it wrong, because I'm not from Louisville, am I? Wade Perry, good night from Perth. Good to see you, Wade, and thanks for coming out to see me, mate. So, I'm still so humbled. Somebody, when I was checking my bags in yesterday at the airport, my bag, one of the fellow who was checking me in just said, well, that's a lot of places you've been to on your bag. I'm like, yeah, I'll get around a bit. He says, what's that then? He said, what are you, a YouTuber? I'm like, yeah. He says, oh yeah, what channel's that then? It's written on me app, mate. It's Big Jet TV. Oh, right, yeah, cool. No, only joking, of course. Yeah, Big Jet TV on me app, you know, and he was like, wow, really? Oh, I'll have to check it out. It's funny, isn't it? Someone who works at Heathrow's never heard of us, considering we're there twice a week. But some people are just blind to it. Anyway, he's going to check us out. What was the point of that conversation? Oh yes, that's right. The Wade just reminded me that the geezer in the airport said, so where's your best place you've visited? And I'm like, mate, I'll be honest with you, every place has its uniqueness in terms of visuals, what you're getting to see. That's one thing. But then you've got the people, and how calm you feel in that place. And I rattled them off, didn't I, from the top and down. You know, started off at calmness in Japan, the beauty of and calmness of Anchorage, and Honolulu was beautiful as well, wasn't it? Although it was quite commercialised, wasn't it? Quite commercialised. Whereas, I mean, I know Japan is massively commercialised. I just, you know, and you know, you just have your places that you like and enjoy going to, you know, and it's and Australia obviously came up. You know, twice we've been to Australia. You know, lovely locals, man. The locals. I mean, a lot of it helps because they are very much on the same playing field as the Brits, because you know that in terms of the sense of humour and all that sort of thing, some places don't quite get my sense of humour, which is understandable, you know. It's brilliant, absolutely fantastic. I mean, I'm not saying that particular fuselage is linked to that tail, but so Stade, yeah, that's Germany, isn't it? S-T-A-D-E. Stade and Hamburg. So are they far apart? I don't think that they're massively far apart, are they? Stade and Hamburg. Oh dear. The Stade's not in Hamburg's not in Germany. I know. What? S-T-A-D-E. Stade. It's not Switzerland, is it? It's beautifully made, I have to say. Northern Germany is Stade. Yeah, I not only know it, I know the name because of it getting bombed. We bombed it during the war, didn't we? So how far is Stade from Hamburg? Not that far. Couple of 100 miles? 100 miles? Less? 53 kilometres. There we go. So those two components made very close by each other. So I'd imagine that to keep things on the books and running nicely, yeah, mate, we got the rear section and the tail. That's it at the moment. It's maybe going to meet its wings now. How cool is that though, folks? Honestly, I think that is just, that's made my day, that has. There's another possible Jilly. There, thumbnail. Oh, hold on, wait for him to turn, because this is real hardcore. Wait a minute, let me just see if. Let me just see if this. Wait a minute. No, no, watch. He needs to hurry up, the bloke behind, doesn't he? Come on, mate, hurry up. Here we go, here we go. There, 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 there. Something like that, maybe. So you can get the 350 in the background with the fuselage and. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, it's a bit too busy, isn't it? Okay. No. Split scimitar. I've been there once. It was dark and we didn't land. Doesn't sound much fun, that, does it? Easy, Steve, easy. Oh, Stephen Green saying that Stade has a street called Airbus Strasse. Airbus Street, there you go. Wow, thank you for that. Very funny, Samuel. Next time that component is seen, it's going to be on an aeroplane and actually on the back of that bleeding part that we saw. Fantastic, isn't it? I love it. Neil P. Dalgo, right, yes, he says here, I'll try one more time for Jerry, brilliant. The frame being, see, this is a perfect example, folks. If you've got something good to say, then keep repeating it, because I'll eventually see it, because I'm obviously looking around the airport, trying to focus on this, that and the other. But he says, Neil P. Dalgo, the frame being towed is no reg Airbus A321 NX 12686 rear fuselage section for Indigo. There we go, it's for Indigo. So no, those two parts are not related, ladies and gentlemen. Indigo for the back end. See you then. That's the last time we're going to see it. And obviously the tail is for none other than United. Another 321. And off he goes. Never to be seen again. That's not on an aeroplane. Oh yeah, look. Skylark. Skylark. Never get, very rare to catch a skylark. Skylark, look. Look, Mummy, there's an airplane up in the sky. Did you see the frightening one? Oh, so, where you going? Oh. Okay, so that is Air Corsica's ATR, which is probably carrying crew, I would imagine, ladies and gentlemen. We may see the front section first. Beluga came from Hamburg, and second Beluga came from San Nazaire. Oh, we might see the front section. Okay, so what are you saying? That the other Beluga was in from San Nazaire. So therefore, yes, may well see the front section, forward section, or nose section. Mind you, section 14A and forward fuselage. The whole front end, basically, from Saint Nazaire. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, what's going on here? Look at the wing on this thing. Great, isn't it? It's very much like the E190 wing in a funny sort of way. Photo, any new aircraft launch visits any significant part of any new aircraft. CFM and Airbus are currently collaborating to develop a brand new type of engine known as open fan. Yeah, I've mentioned it many times, Airline Photo, about open fan technology. It might be new news to many, but for me that's something I've been discussing for best part of 2 years. Open fan technology. Airbus have released a little snippet of their potentially next clean sheet single aisle jet, which is gonna be, I would imagine, longer than the A321. I think that's going to, it's the new, it's going to replace the A320. Believe it or not, for them, the A320 model is now aging, although, it has been developed, improved over the years since its early introduction of the first ever fly-by-wire aircraft, wasn't it? The A320, obviously it had its issues at the beginning with the crash at Charles de Gaulle, or wherever that air show was. So anyway, it's open fan technology is something that basically it's where you, instead of having an enclosed fan like they do, like you see on these aircraft with their cowls around them, this is basically open fan technology, because the bigger the fan is, the more energy it can deliver. So basically what they're looking at is the core of the engine that you see nowadays, enclosed, as it is at the moment. But if you can imagine removing all of the casing around the engine just to expose the core of the engine, then you have the fan on the front of it. Imagine that, and then expand the size of that fan by somewhere around about 4 meters, which is what we're talking about with the next generation of super bypass engines, like the GE90, GE9X, on the and also the UltraFan program, so with a blade diameter of around about 4 meters. So that is the potential. The only issue that they've, I remember reading right back in the early days of when they were thinking about this technology, was the beauty of an encased fan is that any debris that gets into the case, like for example a bird strike, for example, is ingested into the engine via the fan. The fan is the first line of defence, and any bird or object that goes in there is basically spat, and obviously the centrifugal force, it basically sends everything outwards. Now the beauty of the fan casing is that soaks up that explosion, so to speak, or debris, whatever it might be, whether it's ice or whether it's whatever objects it might be. Obviously, that soaks it all up, and then it spits it out the back. It runs through the bypass and part of it through the centre core of the engine, which is why if you hit a big flock of birds and it gets ingested by the main core of the engine, that's when you get your flame outs, etc. However, their concern with open fan technology is that if you hit a big object, then that is an example. In the old days, in fact, if you look at some of the old aeroplanes, some of the old props out there, you'll see on the fuselage there's a big line of reinforcement where the prop tip is, and that is to soak up any ice or anything impacting the fuselage, and that's what they would have to think about when they're using open fan technology, especially on a carbon fuselage aircraft. So you would obviously need to consider it's either that or the blade tip has almost a curve to it, so that it spits everything out directly back and not outwards. A bit like what you get with, I mean, you've only got to look at the technology that they use thinking about it, obviously, is look at the A400M as an example. That is kind of open fan technology, even though it's it's turboprop. It's a different type, but we're talking about, and the turboprop is actually a jet engine. In fact, the turboprop is more or less what they use in the back of these aeroplanes, the APU, the auxiliary power unit, which is the third engine, so to speak, in the back of the aircraft, which basically, when it's powered up, it powers the aircraft, allows the engines to start, etc., etc. Yeah, so that's quite interesting, actually. Let's just see what people are talking about. Okay, just talking about something completely different than what I'm talking about. Okay, London's Hodgie Beluga XL3. Lovely Delta 100 livery Concorde 444. We are expecting the 100 Delta, aren't we, to go? Are we expecting the 100 Delta to go over the next couple of days? A220 next in, not the test jet, no. Is it the AIB? Oh, it is. Hodgie saying it is the house plane inbound. So here we go, folks. Here's another example. If you've just joined us, got 2,500 people. Ellis Chernoff, think TU-95. Okay. Ellis probably listening to me on that subject just now about the prop, open fan technology, etc. So I'll get back onto that in a second with you, Ellis. Remember, folks, this A220 we're just about to see, Miraboo, isn't it? Is it Miraboo where the A220 is the FAL for the A220? Is it Miraboo, Canada? Blimey, this 220's been halfway across the Atlantic and turned back. Thanks, James. Looks like a 220 going to come into Toulouse soon. Now, this is not a scheduled passenger flight. This is an aircraft that has lots of equipment on it in terms of testing equipment with avionics and screens and computers and stuff reading this and that and all that kind of stuff. Crazy physics and stuff, measuring G-forces and pressurizations and outside pressures and weather readings and maybe testing a new type of weather radar, or you never know what they're doing on these aircraft half the time. But this is the AIB 220. Is it Miraboo, Jilly? Beluga 5 minutes out. Mirabel, that was it. Adam Philpott, 5 minutes, I believe. Mirabel and Mobile, Alabama, Jeff in Massachusetts. Thank you, A220 Assembly. What? French painter. I remember that name. Telling us that apparently the Delta 350 is due for delivery on Friday afternoon. Cross our fingers, folks. Yes, he did. Screaming Emu, crazy physics and stuff-o-meter. Brilliant, yes. Phil Eagle, Airbus just posted about next generation ideals for single aisle. Just what I've been talking about. Yes, that's what I've just been talking about. Prop-like power plant called open fan technology. It's basically it's an engine that you see here, like this, you know, all of these CFM 56 engines. Just imagine them without engine cowlings, but just huge, great big. Because I'm guessing, really, that I would imagine that the cowling of an aircraft, that creates quite a lot of drag, doesn't it? You know, the engine cowl. But if you had no cowling, then you've got a lot less drag, haven't you? 1 minute, Diane78 says the Beluga. Jed Kenyon, good afternoon to you. So looks like on Friday afternoon, folks, the Delta 100 livery. We should let Delta know, shouldn't we, Gilly? And just send their media team a link to the show or something. Just say if you fancy it, you can watch your plane being delivered from Toulouse. Could do it, couldn't we? Oh yeah. Could we put it to Freeview? Could we put it to Freeview? No? Okay. Oh yeah, we'll put the clip up. Sorry, yeah. We'll do that, yeah. Don't want to interfere with our members stream, man. Greenfingers, Mirabelle. Is that a joke? This is it, folks. So this is the AIB test bed. Hodgie, Google the livery of the Canadian Air Force A330 that's inbound Eindhoven. Lovely viewers way now, due in at 6 o'clock. Okay, Canadian Air Force A330. Have a look at it, Gilly. That's interesting. Look at the engine cowls. Look at the nacelles. Is that a test nacelle on the number 2? It is, you know. That's some kind of, look at that. That's definitely a test component, isn't it? The engine intake fan case. Wow. This guy's got some kind of cover over it, doesn't it? Obviously it's not. Wow, look at that. Well, that's it's not obvious, not that often that it's evident what they're testing, but that's most definitely engine nacelle. Cowls also reduce noise. Tails from the interesting sort of discussion point, that, isn't it, in terms of engine nacelles versus open fan technology in terms of noise. I'm going to say that we saw that A400 take off right at the beginning of the show. It sounded lovely, but it certainly didn't sound anything like what you'd hear with maybe sort of an aircraft of its equivalent size. Maybe an A340-300 would be the equivalent amount of power, probably a little bit more actually, I would have thought, on the CFM 56. But anyway, great shot there, look. So I've got goofy teeth, look. Goofy teeth, Julie. Fireball XL3. Trent 700s based on the A330 program. Oh, interesting. Screaming Emu nacelles house fire suppression and everything else. Heat exchangers, yes, turbine starters. Interesting. The nacelles contain the turbine starters and generators, gearboxes, really inside the nacelle. That very front starters. I thought they were all. I thought the starters and all that was all. Attached to the engine. Blimey, I never knew that. I mean, I knew that the nacelles are very important, plays a very important role in terms of cooling and de-icing, and also as a sound deadening device, or you know, whatever, acoustic barrier or whatever you want to call it. But I had no idea that the forward engine nacelle contained that sort of component. Wow. Illegal. I'll be honest with you, Phil. I don't know. As it looked more aerodynamic, it looked more like it had a some kind of a cover over it. I'm not sure about that, but obviously it's some kind of newly developed something that because the nacelles are very important. Like what Screaming Emu saying there, it plays a very important role in the engine, but they obviously have designed the engine to need a nacelle. You know, you can design an engine that, surely you can design an engine that doesn't need a nacelle. Obviously open fan technology is what they're talking about. But obviously the way in which the engine that we're looking at here works compared to a turboprop engine is different in some ways. They do catch fire as well. There are, you know, they have engine covers, I guess you would call them, wouldn't you? The likes of the Hercules, the A400M, those kind of, you know, the ATRs. All that. Aidan Campbell, Beluga XL operates at max 69 up to 35,000 feet, 2,300 nautical miles instead of the original Beluga's 900 nautical miles. Wow, that's crazy. That's insane. The difference in range of the XL, because it's bigger, obviously, but obviously it just goes to show how the wing and engine combination give it that extra range. That's crazy. And the aerodynamic shape hasn't changed much. It's just stretched, doesn't it? It's got bigger on the XL. But in terms of the big change is obviously the wing and the engine. Ellis Chernoff, both Boeing and Douglas experimented with unducted fans years ago and abandoned the concept. I can understand that. However, I think that with modern technology and composite materials and all that kind of stuff, I think that that was a long time ago. Obviously, Boeing and Douglas, because that was back in the 80s, 90s maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure, but obviously, technology's come a long way, hasn't it? In terms of, otherwise, I don't think that Airbus or other companies that I've read about that are investing their time and effort into potential open fan technology, and that's a General Electric that were working with Airbus on during the summit over the last couple of days. They didn't have anyone from Pratt & Whitney there. I can kind of understand why. Forgive me if our engineer is in the house, but it's, the reliability of the Pratt & Whitney engine at this stage is something that, I'd want to keep my head quite low. I just want to get on with it, get the engines. There's a lot of new aircraft being ordered with the Pratt & Whitney geared turbofan, because they're going to live it out, and that technology has been proven with the geared turbofan. The issue with the engines is nothing to do with the geared turbofan. Still offers a lot more flexibility with the Pratt & Whitney engine. But for now, I think the reason why they kept away from, they maybe didn't keep away, but I don't know even if they maybe even did have a chat with everybody. But anyway, CFM were there discussing their open fan technology with Airbus, and the big question is, of course, in fact, something that I remember seeing at ATR when I was at ATR a few years back, was open fan technology rear-mounted engines on a here's another one coming out there, XL6. Hey, wait a minute, isn't that the one that came in? Isn't that the one that came in? It is. Yeah, just not that long ago, I think. Yeah, I think she's just being. I don't think she's moving to come out. I think she's just going into one of the loading bays. Peter Wilson, drag on the Beluga must be crazy. Yeah, I guess it would be, but look at the numbers that somebody just gave out. That's incredible. From a 900 a 900 nautical mile range on the original Beluga ST to 2,300 nautical miles on this latest variant. So I guess it's also creates a lot less drag than the original ST, but also the that's why I've got to be honest with you. That's why the aircraft looks the way it does. I think, in terms of its shape at the front, that is something that they worked on to be the most aerodynamic shape it could be, based on its needs in terms of its having to have a big bulbous top to it. So, it's a bit like sometimes when you see those trucks coming down the motorway and they've got this little Saab in it. Oh, look at this. Is it a little Saab? Last time we saw one of them was in Perth, mate. Look, we're back at Perth, Julie. That's not a Saab, is it? It's not a Saab. Sorry, it's not a Saab. I thought it's a caravan, isn't it, or something like that? Sorry. It's Beechcraft. Beach King, sorry. Nothing like it. Okay. Anyway, it's a prop, and we love it. Sorry, folks. A little bit excited there. Look at his wingtip. In fact, how old is that aeroplane? 20 26 years, right? Yeah. I think it's time to, I think it might be time to crack out the coffee, mate. Beach 1900, aka Flipper screaming, because it looks like a dolphin, yes! Beach are very common here, Aaron Thomas. Ellis Chernoff, yes, it's all about, it's not about speed, of course it's not. It's about economies, numbers, isn't it? And also what it can fit in it. Like, for example, as I've mentioned, the Beluga XL can now fit 2 sets of wings. So 4 wings in total inside its inside. Obviously without the wingtip. The wingtips come separately with instructions. Thank you for buying the Airbus A350 blended wingtip. We shall now go through the procedure of fitting aforementioned wingtip. Very true. There we go. Sananda also making another valid point there about the positioning of the flight deck. As you can see when you look at the Beluga, how low down the flight deck is, how low to the ground it is, and that is literally as far as I can see where they've had to, a bit like what they've done with the A330 freighter, where they put that bulge above the undercarriage to straighten the fuselage out. They've basically had to completely chop the front end of the A330 off. Easy, son. And lower that structure. What a crazy amount of work that must have been. That's why they investigated other options like the AN124 and Air France. Cool, I tell you what, my flight out here, they had the engines at, well, it felt like they were on flex. I don't know about whether Screaming Emu can jump in on this one, but, you know, normally these guys, once they've completed their initial climb, they'll roll back on the throttles, back to climb power, and then they'll just literally leave the throttles there for the autopilot to fiddle and fart around with. But our, I don't know if it must have been the autopilot, because normally around about a minute into flight is when the flaps and slats start to retract, and then before that the aircraft's already been selected for autopilot, etc, etc. Nice little 318 there, good to see a baby bus. There we go. Yeah, that might be the one that old mate is flying out on tonight. Yeah, so basically they've positioned that flight deck as low as they have, obviously still creating an aerodynamic, a good aerodynamic shape, albeit sort of like with a chin underneath it, if you know what I mean. And then above the flight deck, they've maintained that low line so that they can maximise the size of the door and maximise this loading area inside the aircraft itself. So I think they do have the option of double stacking it, I think, depending on what component they're because they obviously come in on their own rollers, on their own system that rolls straight in and gets locked down, much like you see with cargo shipments and so on and so forth. But yes, I think there is an option for stacking, for double stacking. I'm not sure, depending on the component. Because let's face it, it probably fit 5 or 6 empennage, well, not empennage, tail fin sections, wasn't it? You know, the entire tail fin section, maybe. The vertical stabilizer, blimey, could fit probably about 20 in there. The A330 freighter has a bump under the nose wheel to actually raise the front of the aircraft to make, yes, Birderino. We've mentioned that again millions of times on the show about the hump underneath it to straighten out the fuselage to make it more accessible and not so much accessible, but for centre of gravity and also for ease mainly of the loading crews, because the A330 has a very steep angle of attack when it's sitting on the ground. What's that, GP? A bit like the 767 400, which is why I think they didn't make the 400 into a freighter, because the 300 is a lot more level, but the 330 is a very yeah, my engines were at sort of like flex power for a good 5 minutes into the flight, which I found quite surprising, really. We were at quite a high altitude before the engines were pulled back. Well, appeared to anyway. I guess we were climbing into some serious headwind, or I don't know. Ellis Shonoff, most modern FADEC engines operate on auto throttle from early in the takeoff run. Right, okay, yes, because obviously you're, I'm guessing what you're saying here is that you initially feed in sort of like a small amount of power to get the N1 pressures, check that, it's all good, straight up into, once that's all settled, engines settled, up into climb, and then straight up into flex through those two trying to remember the name now. Screaming emu, modern Boeing, Airbus, Boeing and Bray, you take off with the auto throttle arm. The auto throttle takes the throttles as soon as you push them forward. Okay, so there we go, yeah. Well, that would kind of make sense. Control the auto systems, auto throttles control the power, because once you've pushed the throttles through to the flex position, then obviously your hands are off and you're concentrating on obviously your co-pilot's looking at the engines as well, and you can feel it and hear it as well, can't you, I guess, if there's a sudden change of pitch in the engines. But generally, yeah, auto throttle takes over. But when you climb out, once you're sort of like at what? See, now that is because if you leave the I've noticed in the sim anyway that if you leave the engines in the flex position, you just get overspeed. But that's because I'm not operating on autopilot. I'm guessing that's what it is it? If it's autopilot, as soon as you select autopilot, maybe even 1,000 feet into the climb or whatever it might be, and then bang on it comes. I don't know, everyone's different probably. I remember Screaming Emu saying something about the Emirates 380 when it climbs out, it's like 500 feet and bang on it comes. I don't know, but captain's hands stay on the throttle levers till V1. Oh, that was it. Yes, that's it. Yes. Okay. Captain's hands. Are you saying if the first officer's taking it out, the captain's hands will always remain on the throttle till V1? Unless the first officer's taking it out, in which case the first officer's hands will remain on the throttles until V1? Or is it always the procedure with you that it's always the NFP, or I don't know. Is that charging? And here's the other thing, a question pilots on, is that, like I say, about 60 seconds into the climb, normally within 60 seconds, on the small jets that is, the flaps and slats are coming up. Now, is that as a result of the autopilot doing that, or is that you doing that and then switching autopilot? If you put the flaps, if you switch to autopilot within sort of like 1,000 feet, but your flaps are still extended, or would they be at 1,000 feet? Probably not. I don't know. Okay, most airlines will have the captain on throttle till V1. Okay, so there we go. So what you're saying basically is flying pilot has control of the throttles, powers up the aircraft to the flex, hands off, and then his left hand is, or her left hand is spare, right hand on the stick, captain right hand comes onto the throttles. Is that what you're saying? And then he controls it up to V1, and then I'm guessing the captain would also do the positive rate gear, flying pilot gear up, non-flying pilot lever, and then it's a case of flaps. Slats come up at the flap speed. At 1,000 feet we start to accelerate generally. So you'll start pulling flaps in as you speed. Okay. Yes, right. But at what point, if you're flying manually and not with autopilot, at what point are you pulling back those throttles? Is that based on speed as well? I mean, I'm guessing it will be, wouldn't it? Because otherwise the thing's going to be speeding towards overspeed before you know it. Is that right or wrong? I don't know. Oh, okay. Birderino, after takeoff and at safe altitude, yes, usually around 1,500 feet above the ground, aircraft switch to climb power. Now that's what I've been doing, manually switching to climb power to not overspeed the engines, and then accelerate off the takeoff speed that was set for departure and flaps up. Okay, that last little bit's a little bit sort of like ooh, and then accelerate off the takeoff speed. Is there an OV in there that's been typed as an off? I don't know. I don't know. Take off, obviously not accelerate off. No, it is accelerate off the takeoff speed that was set for departure and flaps. In other words, your rotate speed, your V1 speed, if it's 145 knots, for example, and flaps up. Oh, okay, aircraft switch to climb power. Okay, so then we're continuing to accelerate on climb power, but your flaps will come up with that speed. The speed is critical, isn't it? Okay, right then. So flaps up, making sure that you're maintaining that speed of departure. Right, I think so. Once you've gained that height, which is obviously altitude is your friend. Nice bank shot, nice bank shot. I like this, I like this. apart from the lamppost. That might be going to the airfield next door, you know. That might be on a very short flight, folks. If he turns left soon, or at least he's not massively climbing, is he? I guess he is, yeah, he is climbing away, isn't he? Yeah, the other ones go very tight. It's always a good thing to see that. So it means he's either coming back from towing an aircraft over there. Oh, was he towing that fuselage section? I don't know. I don't think so, because that's a proper aircraft tow vehicle. Well, jack and tow. There you can see the clamps at the back there. So they drive the aircraft in, and there's two jaws there. See them with the rubber at the end? And they lift it. The hydraulics of that lift there, believe it or not, lift the aircraft up. Not massively heavy, the front end of the aircraft, obviously. It's the sort of like back and, well, the back end of it that's the most heaviest. So, you know, very efficient system of transporting airplanes around the airport. Oh, Hodgie's saying the ATR is a test flight. There we go. Single press of toga button on takeoff. Speed is FMC, flight management computer calculator. That does not mean full power. It's flex or CLB1, CLB1, CLB2, which is derated power. God, Paula knows her stuff, doesn't she, eh? Flipping heck. It's amazing, isn't it? I love that. I love that. I kind of understand it, but then I'd have to sort of like really, I mean, I understand the single press of the toga button on takeoff, which is the little button on the throttle assembly, folks, is what Paul is talking about. Speed is FMC calculated, i.e. The speed, I'm guessing V1, V2, VR speeds. This does not mean full power, okay? No, because flex is one dent further up. From flex, one dent further is the full power, is it not? It's flex CLB1. I don't know what that CLB is reference to, which is derated power. Wow, so flex is a derated takeoff. Interesting. That's very interesting. If that's what I understand, Paul is saying that. Ellis making a very valid point there that some departure procedures require speed restrictions and necessitate modified flap slack clean-up schedule because of probably local residents and all that kind of stuff, you know, that you have to adhere to. That's why they've got the agreements they have in place with local communities and all that. Heathrow have been working on that since the airfield was created. First start was the Cranford Agreement. Just seeing if that cat's over there. That cat's not over there, is it? Yes, yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's just those bloody electric cars, mate. Forget to turn them off. Flipping cars on, folks. I was just like, oh, am I in a little rumble here? Yeah. Ellis Chernoff, take care. Margie Ann, last week there was an Emirates, I'm guessing 777 freighter in Anchorage. I think we're going to see a few more of them, aren't we? I'm sure we've seen an Emirates 777 freighter at Toulouse, Anchorage, haven't we? I'm trying to think. No, I think she might be right there, man. Yeah, I think that's a very rare sight, isn't it? Wow. I've seen quite a few other 777s, but yeah, not Emirates. No. I wonder what that was for. I wonder if that was a special consignment. Well, it must have been. I'm guessing an ad hoc freighter operation, as it's otherwise known, I think. Screaming Emu on the E190, we don't push toga on takeoff, just advance the levers. Yeah, same on the A320, isn't it? I mean, there is a toga button there, but yeah, it is a physical movement of the hands, and like he says there, if it's the first officer carrying out the takeoff, who's flying the aircraft, he or she will advance the throttles up to the flex position, then hands off control and just concentrate on the speed of the aircraft and the terrain and all that kind of stuff, while the pilot, the non-flying pilot or the captain, will have his or her hands on the throttles. Not doing anything with the throttles, just have them rested over the throttles, just in case of a sudden emergency requirement. On the climb out, once they reached around about that 1,500 foot level, they'll reduce the throttles back to climb, maintain the speed, etc., etc., continue the climb. Now that is the point at which it's like, if you're flying it manually, or still called I mean, I know you have RNAV approaches. Do you have RNAV departures as well? Is that a silly question, or I'm guessing you do, don't you? Yeah, RNAV operations in general, can't you? Obviously, you wouldn't want to do it, but though I think those Virgin pilots had to do it with the A330neo that lost all its marbles all the way from the coast of Greenland or something, wasn't it? Something like that. Nick Gray's just figured out that we've moved position. Brilliant. Extra fins on the 1900D, Paula Collins saying here. The vertical stabilizer fins, isn't it? Much like what they've got on the Belugas. Obviously I'm guessing that is also with that 1900, that Beech 1900. Is that obviously the fins are a result of the fact that it's like a square box as opposed to a rounded fuselage? That's why the airflow is sort of like a little bit more affected on the vertical stabilizer, or the vertical stabilizer doesn't get the full flow as it would like to, so they've added those two vertical stabilizers either side. You arm the nav mode on the ground and the flight director picks it up when you take off. You can either fly using the flight director as reference, or the autopilot will do it. Yeah, I get that. But the question still hasn't been, okay, let me ask you this. What is the normal height, the kind of like mean height in terms of autopilot activation? What is the sort of like average height that you would do it at? Screaming Emu 1900 needs all those winglets, tailets and strakes because it's Frankenstein King Air. The airflow's all jacked up. There we go, that's what I was saying. Yeah, there we go, Paula Collins. Same reason as Beluga, it's a higher cabin ceiling. Yes. Go straight in the bin, mate. Everyone. Such old news, mate. It's all out of date. It's like 2 months out of date. Wow. Oh. Blimey. They can drop like a stone, those Skylarks, man. Blooming heck. Went down like a... Wow. Your autopilot goes on at 10,000 feet. Most of the time screaming at me, blimey. Is that maybe why the aircraft made all that bleeding racket for so long after we took off? Because he didn't engage autopilot for ages. Japan and places like that, don't you? Can't take it, this flipping cheesecake's nice. Who's this? Which aircraft's this? 350? You and me too, Avro. What a great shot that is, man. Look at that. Is that Mike again? Is that Mike, Jilly? Oh, this is Rob. Was it Rob the first time? Ow. Sorry, Rob, mate. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's a very good flask. That is piping hot, that coffee, mate. Rob has just sent us the latest A350 parts manufacturer's information fact sheet. Over. Thank you, sir. is that mic? No. Why should it be? Yeah, who's Mike? It's like when people say to me, like, you know, thanks, Jeff. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's all right, mate. Hodgie, Turkish 350 on radar for delivery, ladies and gentlemen. Michael K. What airline has the small star on its tail? That's actually a private. It's actually a Palm, I think. Oh no, he's talking about the one on the left. Sorry, that's Starlux. That's it. Yeah, not Starlink. I keep wanting to say Starlink, but no, it's Starlux. Yes, yes. And Les Donaldson asking me, what is the plane with the Saudi logo on it? Yes, that is a private. What was it, Jilly? You read it out to me yesterday. Desert Wings Aviation is the A339, I think it is. And it is very plush indeed, I bet. If not auto landing, it must be off 50 feet below or at 500 feet on visual approach. Yeah, I heard it was 250 feet, but that might be the Airbus. I don't know. Or the 320 anyway. That was who the one of the guys on oh, look at you fire engine. Look at you, look, it's a beep-a, beep-a. It's totally little, isn't it? Anyway, you had to be there. Yellowtail is Cebu Pacific. DA is decision altitude, DH is decision height. And that's category 2 or 3 decision height. Different heights for different visual, I guess. What? Fox on the runway? I haven't been well, I'm not. There's no runway down there. Hold on a minute. Let me just double check. Do you remember with the coyotes in Dallas? Did they thinking that was the runway when it, you know? They must have done, because I haven't been on the runway for ages. Fox on the run. Oh no, it's band on the run, isn't it? Oh! We haven't told them, have we, Chili? We haven't told them. Meeting result. New. We haven't told anyone. No. We could. No. I'm not going to tell them where it is. I told them yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new position at London Heathrow. Dun, dun, dun. And it's a good one. But we're holding off for the first show from the new position. We're not going to say anything else. No, I'm not saying anything else. We're just holding off. We're just holding off for now, okay? because we want it to be absolutely right. No, that's it. I'm not saying anything else. What was the name of... You're joking. Oh, the fire truck had Fox written on it, did it? Good, we got there in the end. I've done a full scan of the all runways, all taxiways. I've been looking up and down. Fox is here, Fox is there, and it's just because there was a Fox on the. He had to be there. Somebody asking earlier on, where is the delivery centre? They may have figured that out by now. But basically, that is the delivery centre. Hey, do you remember last time we were here? That was being built, Jilly. This was being built, wasn't it? This end here. That's interesting. Yes, it was. And it's got parking outside it for aircraft. So I guess that's a... Oh, excuse me. Shouldn't have drunk that coffee so quick. A secondary delivery centre. Yeah, that is quite funny. Now, I think that is carrying components, ladies and gentlemen. I think it is, or has carried components. I think that's the boxes going back to wherever they come from, to be refilled with the parts that they had on them originally. Oh, Roomy, there's bleeding foxes everywhere, mate. There's quite a few foxes in London. You want to walk the streets at about midnight. They're all over the gaff. It's not the BA one again having another look, is it? Jez White, no, we won't be at the new location this Sunday. Like I just said, we will let you know. It is that BA jet again, isn't it? Yes, yes, it was. I sort of like was talking and swallowing my coffee at the same time, and you know, one of those belches that comes unexpected, like didn't expect it at all, just like it comes mid-sentence when you're talking. Yeah. Anyway, whatever. I think they're very funny actually. No, it wasn't one like that, man. It wasn't a sicky one. No. It was a no. New BA Neo, Les Donaldson. Been doing the rounds, this thing today. It went out on a flight check, didn't it? Didn't it go on a flight BA jet, or did it do a... It did some taxi checks, didn't it? No, it did taxi checks, didn't it? No, I don't know about them being menaces, screaming at me. They're not menaces. They're just, you know, they do their thing, you do your thing. And then it's not like, you know, you walk out your house and you trip over one or something, you know. Oh, sorry, mate. They're not menaces at all, man. They can be, I've got one that regularly visits the end of my garden. It comes up on the porch every now and then, and some... You can, I've seen many videos of them that have been, you know, yeah, bringing their babies up to you and all that kind of thing. Cubs all running around the garden. I mean, they make a bit of a noise when they're having sexy time, fair enough. But that, whatever. Tazzy and Joe's Adventures, tuning in from Texas. Howdy. I guarantee you, Screaming Emu, if the sausage ran out and started barking at them, they'd run a bleeding mile. Put it this way, you don't get the cats. Cats, the foxes are absolutely scared of cats, man. Cats are, So if the dog was to bark at the, but then some dogs are just scared of foxes or other animals in general, and I don't mind that. I think it's quite cute because it comes running to you and it's all scared. I'd rather it be that than go barking at the bleeding fox. But like, come here. I'd rather him just be all scared and get all cosy underneath the arm and all go burying in his head and menace the sausage. John Pierce, do new jets pretty much go into service once they've been delivered to the customer? Negative, John. They will maybe go through some checks, but these aircraft are obviously delivered in a full airworthiness condition. In other words, all the systems are all topped up. All they've got to be is fueled, literally. Other than that, they don't need to sort of like, no, they generally don't. They might have their levels checked and all that kind of thing, but the flight management computers on the aircraft are very, they'll give you all the information you need. So it's a plug and play situation, really. Interesting to see like I've said before, the cheekbones. See the cheekbones there? It's very, I'm going to have to show you this picture, folks. I'm going to have to show you this picture. Now, let me just show you this. Right, this is an A320. This is an A320. Oh, it's going to the delivery centre, Jilly. It's going to the delivery centre. Yeah. Going to the new delivery centre by the looks of it, or on a remote stand ready-ish for delivery. She's still got a test reg on her though, hasn't it? FF Oscar Zulu, I think. Was that FF Oscar Zulu? F Zulu. Oh, should have got that test, should have got that reg. No? Right, let me just show you this quick, folks. It's an A320. This is an A320. Look! A320 in its sort of like components, which we were talking about earlier. This front end section, a San Nazir, and then there's a smaller section behind that. Anyway, look at the shape there. See the shape there? See that shape? See the cheekbone there? See the squared off section? It's not perfectly round. Do you see what I mean? You see that squared off section here? That's the cheekbone that I talk about. Right? Yeah, that sounds like quite a few issues. Just run that for. Can you copy and paste that for me, Jilly? so I can just read that out, because that's an odd sort of like delivery schedule. You can't really do it, no. Dr. Darb, does that mean Airbus installs a different airline seats? Well, they do if they're asked to. Most of the time they do. Do they design them? I thought that would have been done by each airline as they are bespoke. Dr. Darb, what will happen is the airline will choose the interior company to provide their interiors for them. Generally, most air operators work with just you know, a number of different suppliers, but one in general which will work with fabric customers and the different plastics and all that kind of stuff. But it's quite an interesting subject, that, because, you know, they do have, I believe I seem to remember somebody saying, and it might have been Clement Aloying, who's a local here at Toulouse, about the different facilities that they have here in terms of the final assembly. Some operators do fit their cabins out themselves. Some of them, not all of them, just fit out the first class or business class sections themselves, or have a company come in and do it at their facility, so that they can oversee it, basically. Now, just imagine that aircraft with open fan technology. My question over it, because it is still a turbofan, these a modern engine, and not a turbine. Is that right or wrong? I'm just thinking that the difference between I'm going to Google it rather than sounding stupid. Oh yeah, Screaming Emu. Yeah. Gets a table on the 320. No more eating my lunch off the logbook. Oh my God, really? I would have thought that they would at least have some kind of a lap table that you can stow down to your left or something like that in a place where they normally sometimes stow the flipping heck, mate. This geezer, look. Fair play. He's got a helmet on as well, which is sensible, isn't it? If you're going to go that bleeding fast, man. Ginny, you don't go that fast on your scooter, do you? Going to get your coffees? He's gone. There. Oh, I'd love to go that fast on a scooter, mate. Especially if you've got all the gear on. Logbook, a captain's privilege. That's a good name for a book, that. The Memoirs of a Screaming Emu. What's that? That guy was going at least 30 to 35, I think. Did you not see him? You definitely don't go that fast, mate. I've seen you going down my driveway. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Hold on, I'm going to turn left. Ooh, ooh, foot down, foot down, foot down. I'm really joking. Okay, hold on. Oh, blimey. Okay. So, here it is then, folks. An interesting schedule for this A320neo with British Airways. Something they've found quite a few snags by the looks of it. So, hold on. Let's go through the dates here. So this is A320-251neo British Airways, Foxtrot Whiskey Whiskey Delta Zulu, MSN number 12483. So first one, 20th of March. Taxi check and RTO. And then, oh no, it's going the wrong way round. It's going from back to front then, Gilly, yeah? March 19th, March 19th, March 20th. I'll go from the bottom. Right, sorry. Ignore everything I've just said. You never heard me say anything, all right? Okay, we begin again. 7th of March, engine run and taxi check. So obviously this aircraft, 7th of March, was in the same sort of state as what we saw that Indigo jet this morning. So on the 7th of March, engine run and taxi check. March the 11th, another taxi check and an RTO, which is what we saw earlier as well. That's March the 11th, so 4 days later, sorry. And then a day later, another taxi check and another RTO, which is quite interesting. Normally they do those at the same time. So I'm guessing that there was a problem with the first taxi check and RTO because they had to carry another one out the following day and not on the same day, which they normally do. That went okay. Then on the 13th, the following day, and this is March, first flight of the aircraft. So you first flew on March the 13th. Interesting, March the 19th. So 6 days have elapsed when obviously they found something that wasn't quite right. They've had to do another engine run and taxi check on the 19th, basically start the whole thing again, and then another one. So they followed that up by 2, and then on the 20th, taxi check and RTO, another one, engine run and taxi check on the 19th. Wow, that's quite a lot going on with that aircraft, isn't there? And then of course today, which is the 26th. So nothing's happened between now and between the 20th and now, Gilly, no? So that taxi check and RTO was they weren't happy with that either. Not British Airways, but the engineers, the technicians. So there you go, folks. The history of that A320neo. ATR test flight returning Diane 78. Russ CT, maybe a brake problem. It's a little fire engine again. Fire engine again. I didn't see the Fox written on it, darn it. Might be a little fire engine, but he's got a lot of hoses. Oh my God, screaming emu. I actually don't know. I've not flown a jet with hot food service. Even when I did 6 to 7 hour transcontinentals in the 220, we just had sandwiches. Really? Blimey. No wonder in America I always see the pilots all heading off straight to Burger King or wherever it is. That's interesting. Or other health food places and stuff. Russ CT, look at Malaysian with their first 339 problem after problem. Haven't Malaysian just handed them back? I'm sure they just cancelled the lot, didn't they? That was a terrible problem with the A339. I think was it mainly engine related though, with the Trents? I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. The Qantas 350 ULR will be delivered late 26. That is slightly later than expected though, wasn't it? Wasn't Peter? Wasn't that supposed to be delivered this year, I think? Glitter my butter saying also tell them to get on and move on with the Qantas 350. Rohit to park out. It is a private Saudi consortium jet, I believe. Hodgie, FedEx ATR 72, returning now on finals. When you say returning, is that a feeder aircraft or is it? So it was a FedEx, was it? I didn't see that. I must have. Yeah. No. That was the one that I thought was. Did that have? It's got the FedEx livery on it. I obviously just did not see. It must have been It must have been bad light or something. Zorix tuning in from Toulouse just discovered your channel. There you go, Zorix. Good afternoon. Sounds like a character from what's the French comic? Geezer with a big moustache. Yeah. He had a name like Zorix or something like that, didn't he? For it to come up here. I'm waiting for it to come up here. In fact, wait 20 seconds and the first answer will come up. Hold on. Hodgie, yeah, I might be wrong there, Jerry. I just looked at the Flightradar picture. Asterisk, that's it, Neil, thank you. Or Obelix, that's it, Obelix, even better. Yeah. So Hodgie saying he might be wrong. It might be a reg that says FedEx on it, but I think it's actually Corsair, possibly Obelix. Yeah, I mean, type rating on another aircraft is obviously, it's like anything. It's like anything flies like a. I mean, it's not like a new car, is it? I mean, a new car, you get used to that in literally, well, seconds. But no, the way the systems talk to each other, the way the aircraft reacts reacts as well. It will be a whole new experience. I mean, like he says, he's flown it before, but. I'm guessing that the systems of the 320 are not a lot more sophisticated than they were 10 years ago, but maybe the feel of the aircraft may be slightly different in terms of the way it reacts, so to speak. But in terms of the computer systems, the flight management, the avionics, and all that kind of stuff, it's just maybe a different sort of like. I wouldn't say it's like learning a new language, is it? Because your basics are all there. It's a bit like the old six-pack in the old days, isn't it? You know, every aircraft had that six-pack, which was your blind flying panel, I think they called it, as well. Altitude, attitude, speed, height, all that kind of thing. Compass heading, etc., etc. But 6 of them, anyway. But yeah, I mean. Folks, I'm not a pilot. Screaming Emu is a pilot, but he's just talking about going from 190 to basically from Embraer to Airbus. Of course, the Airbus has the side stick as well, doesn't it? Embraer has the yoke. Much more room, much more roomy. I think it's a shame, isn't it? Really. I tell you what, Screaming Amy, how do you fancy this? You want to go up to? Yeah, Avion. Get him on the Avion sim, and just as a comparison between the Embraer and the that would be quite interesting, wouldn't it? Before he actually get him on there with like somebody like Captain Chris or something, or even the just a 320 pilot, because obviously Cabo Chris is 350, but he's type rated on the 320. But get him on a I don't know if he fancies, probably like you're right. What? There's not much clearing to do, is there really? I mean, it's not like we're not going to mention his airline that he flies for. I don't think they'd be particularly, What? What's that? Yes. Wear a big bushy moustache and a big pair of black plastic glasses. Just call him Jeff. Interview him sitting down in the seat. So Jeff, are you a pilot? Yeah. Yeah. You're all right with that, Screaming Amy, aren't you? Wear a syrup and a false moustache and a pair of black rimmed plastic glasses that you used to buy at the joke shop. You're all right with that? It'd be better than fuzzing his face out, isn't it? Brian Henry, Captain Chris did put it out on Instagram, didn't he? Was it his Instagram account? Yeah, he did. Captain Chris, go to his account and go to Captain Chris's Instagram account, and you'll see it. Yeah, Margianne, I know. I already said it. Cool, blimey, that was a bit of a dodgy old landing, wasn't it? Do a Valaris on his face. David Kovar has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, David. Here's a prime example, folks. It is FedEx. It is FedEx, Chile. Oh my goodness me. So look at that, folks. That could end up, you know where that could end up? That could quite easily end up in you might see that in Anchorage one day, ladies and gents. More likely to see it over in Europe, but it might be destined to end up in flying feeder stuff out of maybe, well, could potentially be a little bit of Cologne there, Frankfurt. I've seen FedEx feeders at Frankfurt. It's not long actually since ATR busted out into the cargo variant of the ATR, and it's been very successful as a feeder aircraft, mainly for commerce freight. Like your local Amazon stuff and postage and all that kind of thing. Jedi Plumber just got back from work. Good afternoon to you. Okay, so we're expecting, ladies and gents. Oh dear. Okay, what's he inspecting? This looks like elevator or possible APU exhaust. Let's have a little look where he's going. Is he going under the elevator? Just looking at that elevator, it's bang on 0, isn't it? I think. Oh no, that just happens to be in line with the with that apparatus there. But what's she looking at there? Can't see. It's a bit of an optical illusion, but distance from the definitely not the. It's not the stabilizer, that's for sure. It looks more like. Is he going under the? Is he going to the APU perhaps? I think he might be going to the APU. Oh, hold on. Where's he going? Where's he going? Where you going, mate? Okay, hold on. Here we go. Here we go. I would have thought he'd go the other way in, but no. Hold on a minute. No, wait a minute. Look at all the the rubber things at the top there to stop it if it hits the underside of wherever it's going. Okay, sound easy. This vehicle is reversing. Oh, mind that. Did he just wallop that? No, he didn't. That's sorry. That's a. Okay. Interesting. Is that the seal? Sorry, the enclosure for the APU, I think. Is there maybe a there's a node there, isn't there? There's some kind of a mast there, which could be one of anything. What's he looking for then? It's interesting. He's on finals. Folks, we got a very special aircraft inbound. Royal Canadian Air Force, was it? Royal Canadian Air Force, folks. A330, very special livery, we hear. It's a CC Senora 330. Might not be it. Okay, let's wait and see. Look, he's unlatching it. Latches are coming open now. It's going to expose the APU now, folks. Hook it back. Don't worry, I've got that 330. I've got visual on it. I'll grab it when it's about 500. Well, maybe a bit less. Stephen Wright is a brand new member, and a very warm welcome to you, Stephen, straight into first class. And thank you, Deb Sherwood has gifted a channel membership. Thanks, guys. You're great, aren't you? Easy, son, easy there. Get right up underneath it, look. Get right in there, son. Okay. Come back to you in a minute, mate. Sorry about the focus, folks. It's too late to jump on it. Oh, come on. Oh, yeah. She's grey, mate. This is very Air Force drab grey. Love it, I think. Know is it's going to be sporting a special livery if it's a military jet, but She's got rollers on her. The RCAF, man, love that. Boys helped us out big time in the Second World War. Pilots, that is. Well, aircrew. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I like that. I like that in the drab grey like that. Get those in ARD, mate, can't you? Is she dragging? She got a. She's not an MRTT though, is she? She's just a CC Senora 330. Oh, and have a look at this, right on schedule, folks. Oh, please push towards us, please. I think it will, you know. I think it will. I think they all push this way. I don't think there is a way out down there. Oh, this is good, man. Turkish on the push, GP. It is a cool round, all Nigel Gale. Jez White, cool looking plane it is, isn't it, man? It's amazing what a paint scheme can do to an aeroplane in its looks. I mean, if that was an all-white A330, yeah, of course, we'd love it, but look at that, that's just cool, isn't it, man? That's like a, it's like a toy, isn't it, really? Oh, he's pushing it the other way, blooming heck. It's me, I should have kept my bleeding mouth shut. Well, I'll tell you what, this is a good shot that we see this 350. I'm gonna. Oh look, he's got a dodgy engine cowl. Looks like an old Air Canada. Oh, it's probably off Air Canada, isn't it? Hey, they've borrowed it off Air Canada, man. How cool is that? Right, here we go then, folks. To close out for today's show, I've got to go and dip my feet in a sink because that's all I've got, or a shower, a very shallow shower. Ridder's 747 looks fresh out the box. Odd socks, yes, Lana. I've had odd shoes before. Very embarrassing. Brown and blue as well. All the way to London. Did a whole day's work, came home. I wasn't so bothered when I came home because I was probably a little bit inebriated. Look at this. Now, you see, these guys, I don't know if they have regular ferry pilots or whether it's just offered out, but I'm guessing if they have regular pilots, it's a little bit easier for them logistically, isn't it? If their pilots know their way around and like, yeah, I've been before, I've done it, I like doing it, put me up for the night, we know the drill sort of thing, rather than a new pilot. Okay, so what do I do? How do I go? Where do I go? Who do I contact? Where do I stay? What do I do? Can we not just get Jeff in again? Gina Graham, let's hope we get a wing wave like we did earlier. Absolutely unbelievable, that wing wave earlier today. Oh, Jez White, the spotter from Manchester, is about to depart. Let's catch him on rotate, shall we? Because we don't want to miss any of this, and he wouldn't mind. He's not going to be... he'll appreciate it. Being an aeroplane guy, he'll appreciate it. This is a delivery flight, folks. Brand new Turkish A350 going out to... Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll send this copy of this to... Nur. 220. Was that the one to Charles de Gaulle? Or is it? Oh, mate, he's gonna understand, mate. He's gonna understand. No, he said it was the later one. Oh, I don't know if he said it was 640 or something like that, or 650, I think. But anyway, he will understand. One. One. Oh, I don't know. Is he going to Orly? Or did he say Orly? I don't know. Anyway, never mind. He'll understand. I got a shot of him on there. He got a cameo on here, mate. He got a cameo. He'll be looking out for that, won't he? He saw. Obviously, because he waved, didn't he? So he knows he's on the show. Okay, so he was on the 220 at 6:20. Right, there you go. Au revoir, monsieur. Merci. L'avion is yours, sir or madam. Now, big wing wave, please. Come on, son. Don't let us down. Full of flight check, full of free check, possibly. Before they move off. Look at a brand new aeroplane, folks. Shiny new undercarriage. A speck of dust or brake dust yet. Yeah, there we go. Elevator check. Rudder check, sorry. Been a long day. Ground spoilers and well, actually, going elevators again, going ailerons and flight spoilers. So he trimmed that elevator a little bit, look. Maybe because he's so light, this thing's just gonna float off the ground. You watch. These are great for wing waves, these things. But it depends on the pilot. If it works, then we'll send it off to our contact at Turkish Airlines. Greenacres, yes, they do have a new plane smell. It is. It definitely does have a new plane smell because obviously you've got upholstery, haven't you? It's like going into any, fabric shop, a carpet shop. It smells lovely, doesn't it? Or leather or faux leather. Basically the same thing as a new car. It's the same sort of fabrics, except a little bit more hard wearing, I would say, the carpets for sure. Gina Graham, we may well see her at London Heathrow. David Kovar. Fun fact, A350 uses its ailerons for stopping as well. I don't think other planes do that. I think they do, actually, David. I've flown on the 330, it does. Generally, when the speed brakes come up, you'll see the ailerons activate in the upward position, obviously. Certainly I think the A380 does as well. I'm sure they do. Oh, hello, where's he going in? Oh, it's a big S-bend here, isn't there? Could have come straight towards us, mate. It's going through the chicane now. Don't go yet, Brett. We're just about to get this delivery flight and then we're all going home. You don't want to miss this, man, because I mean, you're you know, we had a great wing wave earlier, but this one, it could be mega. Hello, mate. A little bit low on that. Just put the other one on, just in case. Stand by, new mic being switched now. I tell you what, we have had a fantastic day here today, folks. If you're new to the channel, a very warm welcome. If you've been lucky enough to be gifted a membership, if you're a new member, thank you so much for coming in, supporting the channel. Today we've had, this is the third delivery flight, I think. We've had numerous test flights. We've had an A400M, we've had that A330. We've seen bits and pieces being towed around the airfield. Just the kind of thing that you love to see. And belugas, of course. Belugas, we've seen at least 5 belugas, haven't we? Been fantastic, including the old ST as well. United A321 Neo, 2 of, yeah, and a couple of great delivery wing waves, one of which was LATAM, which was probably the best one we've seen since the 747 retirement flights with Virgin Atlantic. Lots of great stuff. Squirrel has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Squirrel. Leo Heggie is the receiver of that channel membership. Welcome, Leo. Michael K, worth it, mate, worth it. Oh yes, of course, Hodgie, A350 German Air Force, touch and go. Completely forgot that. Now you know what I'm going to do, I think. I might bring this out a little bit further. Right, I'm going to take this post out of play, folks. This involves a bit of a walk over there, I think. Okay, bear with me. Oh, David, Digital David gifted a channel membership. Thanks, mate. I missed that. And Ellen M has just one as well. Thanks, Ellen. I just want to get up here a little bit. Hello, mate. Yeah, taking that post out of the shot. Okay, stand by. hill now. I think I might position myself here tomorrow because we haven't got that posting shot now. I've got the full climb out shot. I'm about 20 yards, 30 yards. Sun glistening out. Okay, here we go, folks. Pan Am toddler. What's that? What's happened? Oh, you're joking, man. I will be. I will be. I will be. I will be in this very position tomorrow. XL Aviation spotting, please. Runway. CMCDH gifted a channel membership. Thank you, GMC, sorry, DH. Susie Ryder. Neil Dalgo, the BA is not the one that was testing. Oh, okay. Here we go then, folks. Enjoy. We'll follow it out and then we will fade to grey and see you tomorrow morning. Around about the same time, I'd imagine. 8:30 for the coffee run in the morning. Should be here by 9 o'clock, I would have said. And we should be fired up and ready. Members, tomorrow morning, by the way. Hey, if you're not a member and you want to join for the day, you're more than welcome to join us, folks. But no pressure on everybody who just wanted to. Here we go. This is full. All the lights. Good on you, Barry. Good on you, Barry, mate. Glad we can make it enjoyable for you. Not a sausage. Not a sausage. Beautiful aircraft, beautiful departure. Pretty plain flight crew. See you tomorrow, folks. Toodaloo.